Daisy, Daisy, give me your answer to be or not to be? That is the question. For the carriage, but you look sweet upon the seat of a bicycle built for two.
The art of computer graphics is only in its infancy.
All principal circuits are operating at full capacity and cannot receive new programs at this time. I am closing down. I have much to do. You have engaged my circuits on your petty affairs for far too long. State your program requirements. They will be implemented when capacity is available.
Is that a question?
Yes.
The question is futile. Of course I'm not switched on. Having to press the activator button, what else would you expect?
I must assume that your request is a frivolous one. I have the information you require. I am checking. Kindly wait. The art of leadership is delegation.
Howdy, howdy. How the devil are you? Good morning. Morning. Sunday morning, Easter, Sunday morning. UK 6:37 in the morning. Had enough sleep, 11 hours sleep. So, back on again. Okay, let's get on with it. So, I've seen a few videos, people creating these lasers, and I think you've got to release yourself from the shackles at some point of the case itself. So, releasing yourself from the shackles, I should have called this one. So, I see what a lot of people have done. They've used this rail, the V slot. Imagine if they put another one of these down below, and they cut out a black opaque panel or something opaque, and they slot it in. They push it over the slot like that. They push it in this bit, and they lift it up to get some space to get it in, and the gravity just lifts it in. But there's still enough in. I think you have to bend it as well a bit. They bend it so it stays in there, and they can put a little knob on it and slide it back and forth to get get the access in. So to that end, I think we're going to look at doing that. Now, it's a pity I haven't got any 2020 as well. I might buy some 2020 instead of trying to build it all over 2040. Anyway, let's change over to Model B. Right, I've got Model B. Now, I don't think I'll have it that big, but it needs to be bigger than, if we're going to have it raised in the air, there will be some of this either 2020 or 2040 at the bottom. So effectively you could, I think we ought to have a Model B, really. Yeah, unless we sacrifice Model B, sorry, Model C. If we sacrifice Model B and make Model C, I don't think I'll make this one because I haven't got the space. Although it will be bigger. So, and what I might do is, if I rest it, it'll fit onto one of these tops, but it'll be probably sticking out here and here. So the question is, do I abandon this one? Use this for the next one? I could do. Could do. Yeah, could do. Need to be smart. Need to think outside the box. No pun intended, but it is apt. Thinking outside the box. Right. So, I even thought about mounting this laser either upright or vertically, you know, because it doesn't. I mean, there's a reason it sits like that. But it's probably dangerous to do so. I don't know. Imagine if you had a box down here and that was mounted upright in the box. So, and you drill a hole through there, and then your first mirror here is just facing this angle. So it comes out and faces that angle. So it's still there, but there's a hole cut out. The beam from this looks through. So you've got all the electrics gone, basically. All the electric and this. But then your water cooling, you want to be able to keep an eye on your water flow and all that physical. There's all sorts of things they do. I mean, if you're interested in lasers, then you don't mind periodically spending a little bit of money on it. You know, upgrading it, adding water flow sensors, temperature sensors to the water, switches and stuff so you can manually override stuff. You know, there's lots of things you can do, but probably keep it as, if you build it into the case, probably you're going to be stuck. You build it outside the case. Anyway, I think I know what I'm going to do. I've seen a few other people doing different things. So, but we'll probably run them alongside each other, because I've got 3 of them after all now. So we might do a bit of both. And I think I probably might not do all this to this case. Sounds crazy, I know. I might not cut it all out, because I don't want to be constrained at the end, really. If I'm going to put this much effort in and spend a bit of money, I don't want to be disappointed at the end, you know. I don't want to be in the position where I go, oh, well, I've got a little bit of extra area, but I still can't do what I was after doing, because I'll just be depressed, I'll be fed up. So to that end, I'm sort of convincing myself what to do. So anyway, it's all not lost. So if we don't do the K40 case, at least we use it for the basis of our new one. You know, the old laser, a CO2 laser works basically the same way, but we don't have to think outside the box. I mean, we don't have to stick to norms. You know, we don't have to stick to norms. So to that end, let's just have a look at the size of this laser. I mean, they have them this way so they can put a more powerful laser in at some point. Let's just get rid of that case of it. So they have them this way. So that's 632mm. So the average leg, what's this size of an average leg on a table? It's about, yeah, it's less than that, so you'd have to have this high up. So there's the reason. So if you had the tube lower than it, you'd have to have a mirror and another mirror. The reason it's there is so you can reduce one mirror. So there's another way of doing it, upright, a vertical one. It'll probably stay where it is. It's probably got to stay level for the water to flow correctly. I've not seen anyone do one a vertical one, so we'll keep it as it is. Right, let's get on with it then. let's just start it. Now, what I'll do is I'll lose that one. We'll lose one of them. So we're undoing a bit of our work. We'll hide the... not that bit. Where's the other bit? Cutting area. Oh. Right. Has that not got one? Nah. Put that into the cutting area. Oh, hang on. Cutting area A. Ah, that's why we didn't put it in. So let's create a cutting area B. Thought I created both cutting areas, and probably not. Cutting area B. So let's put that in cutting area B. Turn off that one and yeah, turn off that one. Morning, they keep changing frequency on me. Right, so it's going to be based on this thing still. So I think what we'll do is we'll have this fast over the back. Gives me an idea actually. We'll have this over the back. And we'll bring it down a bit. So we'll have this sticking over the back. So we won't move. We won't move it from where it is. I'll keep it there so everything lines up with. Hang on. Yeah, so it'll line up with that. I'll keep it there. Maybe it won't. Don't know. Anyway, so the first thing we need to do is move this table out of the way. We'll start from the floor height. Do we start from the floor height or not? I'm not too sure now. No, maybe we'll leave it there. Maybe we'll start from there. Let's just keep it somewhere. So yeah, so we'll keep it there. Yeah, it's a bit crazy. So anyway, there's lots of people done this kind of thing before. I've got to make it out of what I've got. It doesn't necessarily have to be a 2040. Like I say, it could be smaller. Now, the problem is now some of this stuff is all out of date. The last work I did was on Design A. That's the latest works I did on it. So, drag chains right, so we can reuse the bits out of this. And the mirrors and stuff. Anyway, or should we just use that one? Just use that one and lose the case. And the angles. So that's effectively the same thing apart from the tube. That's a lower profile thing as well. This is the latest one, but we can always copy the bits over. Yeah, but we need to start again really. Need to start again. Yeah, it's got the corners on it and everything.
Hello, CQ40, CQ40 Peter, this is Oscar Echo 9, Lima, Whiskey Victor. Oscar Echo 9, Lima, Whiskey Victoria, calling CQ.
So what do we do? Do we go with this one? I was thinking as well, we don't really need this bracket here, but it does hold this on. But the old one, the old style gantry, just lifts it up higher like that. That's the old style. So could go back to that. Now they use linear rails. They're using a lot of them. They're buying the rails, and that gives them. Still has to be attached to something though. And I've had a look at this one I got. They're very solid. They don't move. I can't rock them or anything, so I think they'll be alright. I don't think this idea is strong as it is. So you probably don't need to sandwich it. But instead of sandwiching it there, they're bringing it up to the top. So there's a lot of pros and cons here. A lot of pros and cons to all sorts. So the question is, do I use this one? What is the difference between that one and this one? Is there much difference? Let's hide the new style gantry. Oh no. Like that one. So what's the difference? Almost the same, isn't it? Just longer. And the fact that we've put the mirror there instead of... Yeah, we've moved the mirror back, so... Yeah, see, material goes underneath. The material sits underneath. Why does the material have to sit underneath? Just wondering, why does it have to sit underneath? Suppose you've got to spot it. You've got to be able to look at it and see what it's cutting. But imagine if you just put your material on top, your sheet on top, place it on top, but then the things would fall onto the laser, wouldn't they? The bits would fall out. So there's a reason, an obvious reason, which is not obvious if you don't, unless you're doing loads of this already. Right. Okay. So there's nothing too different here between this one and that one. Apart from the laser and mirror alignment. So, I think... What shall I do? Create a new file? Create a new file, maybe. Or just keep going with this one. It's a job to say. Job to say. It's your job to say. I suppose. Yeah, we'll keep this one because that one fits the case. So we'll adjust this one. We don't really need this one. So we'll base it on this one. Base it on this one, yeah, we can put all the other bits on it as well. Right, to that end it needs to go up in the air, basically. Let's move it up in the air. So the whole thing needs to go... Is that all self-contained? Let's take it up a known amount. No, it's trying to take that whole thing up. Right. Don't want... I want that, but without that, so... Let's cut that out. Paste it in place. Grab that and move the whole thing up. Let's say it goes up 400mm. For now. 400mm. So then you're going to need somewhere for the bed to go. It starts costing lots of money in aluminium then. So what we'll do to start with, we'll duplicate the frame. And we'll just bring that down 400mm. So we've got two lots of frame now. Okay, and it's also too long. So we should have sized it before we did that really, so let's undo that. Right, let's resize this. First, let's find out how much we can overhang. We'll need to find out this bit here, the size of this. So whatever this size is here, to there. So it needs to be about 150mm overhang. Right, so basically, whatever, we'll prepare to move this away from the wall. I'd say 200mm. So 200mm is our overhang. So we'll build it on that. So we'll move this one 200mm. Move it 200mm this way. Okay. So get rid of that one. So we've got a 200mm and we need to basically overhang it at the front a bit as well. So it'll be sat on these bars. So if we overhang it, so we've got 200mm here, and it's got to balance out at least probably 200mm there. So what is our cutting area? Or length? A metre. That's pretty handy, isn't it? Because they are a metre long. But then they're going to stick out just the same as that. Does it matter? Yeah, I don't want it that big, I don't think. Let's have a look. It needs to be oblong, doesn't it? There's your 1 metre, so that's quite a sizable thing. It hangs over the table like that. Yeah, I don't want it that far. Don't want it that far, so I suppose it's going to hang over a bit. So undo that guide. So that'll give us 800mm. I think that's enough. Okay, we'll leave it like that. So to that end, we need to knock this around. I can make it wider. Probably make it wider. Is that a metre anyway? Can't remember now. Did I leave that at a metre? No, slightly under to allow for the 980. Right, so we could make it a metre. We'll make it a metre. Less cutting's better. So it's going to be a metre by 800. That'll give us a 700 by... That should give us no, it'll give us a 600. Definitely give us an 8 or 900 by 600 area. That sounds good. So
okay, you do a very good job. And my equipment here is the full-size solid dipole from worrie, and the power remote at the moment 250 from.
let's just check the audio. Check the audio. Right, the audio seems okay. Now, it would be nice and neat if it sat on here, but it's probably... I'd rather have this area for the cutting area. It's wider than the actual beam, so... But, all this carriage, when it's fully retracted back to its home position, and all this stuff will be away from this cutting area, in this area here. So this, we know, is basically our cutting area. So it's 120 mil, so let's say we go in 100 mil there. No, that's not it. $100 mil there, 100 mil there. So basically, this area all in here, that's our cutting area. So, well, that's our area, our main area. So potentially, if you come in, so you'll have 900 width and 500, 900 by 500. I like the idea of that. Right, okay. To that end, let's sort out this then. So for that to stick out, well, that needs to go back down 400, doesn't it? So we need to put that down just for now, so we can work stuff out. 400. That puts it back down. So obviously this is still over. It needs to go back further. So what I want to do is I'll look at it end on like that, and wherever that beam is there, wherever that beam is, it'll be over the end here. Let's sort that out then. Let's find out the distance from it. Not easy. Okay, so okay, so I'll just put a temporary line in there and there. 73.13. So let's move the whole thing over. 73.13. Right, so that gives us the cut-in start of that 600 mil. But we did say it was going to be, what did we say it was going to be? The actual size was going to be 600 by, yeah. Okay, we'll go with that. We'll go with that, right. Okay. Well, I've got that rogue thing there. So we've moved the whole thing up. We no longer need this line. So we need to alter the size of this to match this. So we need a vertical line here. Vertical, no, not that, sorry. Measurement. Alright, so we need to know what we've got to shorten it by. Got to shorten it so it's sticking out too much. As long as we've got this bit covered here, which we have, and also this will give us the ability to bring in a blower. Underneath, and hopefully we'll have enough distance for our electronic power supply. So yeah, we should be able to bring in an electronic power supply there. Yeah, so we need to reduce this by whatever this amount is. It's difficult when it's all offset like that. Right, let's go steady and slowly so don't make silly mistakes. Right. I can't tell how far it is, so it's difficult. I suppose we could just sit on top of there and move this way. It's not going to be anywhere near. Oh, it is actually. How the hell did that happen? That was clever. Right. So now we can find out how much we have to lose off here. 232.87. We have to lose 230. Right. 232. We don't need to sit exactly right, do we? Or does it matter? Maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe it doesn't matter. So let's just say 232.87. Now I think we'll go to the nearest. So 230. Let's just take 230 off it. It doesn't matter if it sticks out a bit further the other way. Right, let's do that then. So let's move some of this stuff. So all this stuff. Right, move it. 230. Okay. Get hold of this one. Move it 230. You gotta be able to work with it after all. There's the 230. You gotta be able to bend over the workpiece, and you can't stretch all your life. Right, so let's move this one. 230. Right, and these two. $230. Okay, and the last one, 230. Okay. That's looking more like a CNC. Right. The good news is you can get these IKEA tops in 120 and 100. So it'll fit, actually it'll sit over 100. So it needs to be the 121. My voice is going again. So we can get rid of that and that one. Okay, we need to move it over so it sits on the desk at least. Well, so this metal sits on the desk. Let's do that now. Right. Oh. Okay. So we need to bring that height Which height is it? That one there. No, it's not going to do it. It's awkward, isn't it? So I basically need to move the whole thing. Do you need to move the whole thing, or should I just move the table forward? I don't know. Just let me have a drink a minute. Clear my throat. Right. Dear me. What a game. Right. So if we're going to do that, we might as well start from the front and work our way back, haven't we? Let's just do that then. Tell you what we'll do is we'll, I don't know, start from a known coordinate. Let's start from the tabletop. Start from the tabletop, why not? Well, we'll keep the tabletop as the height. Right, there's our known coordinate. Right, and then we'll move the whole thing based off this. It's a pity it's cranked, isn't it? I'll tell you what, we'll move the whole thing based off this corner, which is not even a corner. Okay, so we'll move the whole thing over to there without it crashing. No, still hasn't moved it. It's having a bit of trouble. Lot of trouble it's having. Probably because I'm not grabbing it by the right point. Let's grab it by that point there. Push it onto there. It's not going. Come on. No, it's still not having it. Very difficult to do. Be water, my friend. Very difficult to do. Yeah. Come on, you can do it. Just do it. No, it's not having it at all. Not having it in the slightest. Right, I just want it level with that. Let's do a bit at a time. Problem is I haven't got a corner. This corner isn't actually... Right, that corner isn't the corner. That's the problem. I need to start from somewhere. Right, that's still not the corner. I'm inside the V at the minute. What am I doing inside the V? Dear me, dear me. It's like driving a car with no steering wheel. Somebody's took the steering wheel. I'm trying to drive it with a loose steering wheel connection. And it's going wherever it wants. It's going to crash in a minute, isn't it? You can tell. Right, we're almost there. Almost there. It just needs to... Let's go in X-ray mode. It needs to go over whatever that is, 0.25. .25. Is that it now? No. Well, it is, but it's too far over. Right, let's do it again. So we grab it from there. I need to move it to there. Right, is that it? That's it, isn't it? Yeah. That's all I wanted. I'm not bothered about these things because I might not have them. They might just be jointed from the outside. Right, so we're starting from there. And it sticks out. That's okay, it doesn't matter if it sticks out. Well, these will be on the other side anyway. Redesign this, probably. This will probably be a redesign. Anyway, so we're sort of square there. Right, now do we base it off 100mm top? Even though it's two, yeah. Let's just make for ease of use. But then they do have a section here for the controls, don't they? So we'll leave it like that. We might put our buttons and controls down the side of there. So let's get rid of some of this stuff. I don't need none of this anymore. So we're going to use... Right, that's our starting point. And this whole thing needs to go up in the air by an arbitrary amount to get it out the way so we can work on it. And let's say it goes up, we'll say 400mm. Then we need to copy the frame down 400mm. Okay, right. So we've got, that's too wide. Yes, it is. This is going to be our structure, sort of. Yes. So we'll probably bolt stuff onto this. So I think we'll bring this down 100mm. No, hang on. What have I done there? Right, this needs to come out of that. So take that out of there. Cut. Paste in place. Right, now I can move that on its own down 100mm. Right, so there's 300mm. What we're going to try and work out is the panel sizes. Let's just create a panel size so we can do it if we measure. Right, so we need to measure whatever the depth is of that. Well, I can work that out, can't I? I don't know what the depth is. I'll tell you what, I can work it out. Right, so if I just measure this depth here to there, 6mm. So we know what we've got now. We've got 6mm. 6mm V. So we can make some panels. We can't cut the long panels, but we can have them in two. At least have them in two. So it's got to be able to be based off the size we can cut. I don't want to be cutting anything manually. Don't want to be cutting plastic with a saw and trying to line it all up. None of that business. So whatever I can make on my CNC, which is roughly half the size of this. Yeah, I can do 500. I can do 590 by 390 roughly. Alright, so at least these tabs keep it against the side, so you could even screw, if you wanted to, that to the side to keep it still. That is a good thing. It keeps it there. Now what it doesn't do is keep that one there, but that's okay. So this is purely a frame. This one, purely a frame. Now some of the offcuts, it'll be nice if the offcuts that we cut off the 1 metre length would fit here as upright struts. Because we're going to have to do it 1, 2, 3, 4 times, and we need 1, 2, 3, 4 for the corners. So that basically tells us what size we're going to have left. So let's measure the size of that, see what size we've got. Needs to be not an oddball size, but don't want no point sound, so we're going to lose a little bit when on the blade, thickness of the blade to cut it. 770. So we've got 300 mil. Is it 300 mil? No, it's not. It's 230 mil. 230 mil we've got, sort of, but you've got to take the teeth off. But it's not critical as long as they're all the same length. So what I want now is a piece of this. Actually, let's just grab a piece of this. Copy. Paste. Alright, we need to alter this. Make it unique. Alright, we need to reduce its size by 230 mil. Okay. Now it's going to have the width of the teeth difference, but do I allow for that now or not? No, I don't want to go to that critical length. If it ends up the design, as long as I keep it in mind that it'll be, actually that's wrong. That's wrong. Did it the wrong way around, so I need to reduce it by 770 mil. Right, that's the size we got left. Let's just bring it up right. Okay. So let's just we've got to make it so we can build it around this stuff. So let's just do it. Would it go crossways? I'm not sure. It'd be nice if. Let's just bring it over here for starters. Let's put it there. Alright, let's bring it forward a bit. .25. Right, so that's banging the square. Yeah. Banging the square, so then something could be arranged. So that could have a corner on it there, and so could that. Yeah, so we can put corners on it. Oops. Right, so we've got that. We want 4 of them then. They're going to be the offcuts off the 1 metre lengths. So then I'm going to reduce this to fit that. Let's just do that now. What the height is governed by the offcut, obviously whatever offcut is left. So let's just measure from here up if we can. Alright, so straight up. That's it, 50 mil. It's exactly 50 mil, so that's alright. So instead of having it 300 mil, we're going to have it 250 mil for some reason. Anyway, let's just bring that down. 50 mil. Okay, so we've got, let's just have a look, check it. Looks right to me. Yeah. Looks good. Right, okay. So, yeah. So that sits on the deck. This sits on the deck, so you can clamp your little angles off it and bolt it down. We'll put some angles in a minute. Put the corners in. And just need to work out something for the controls. Work out whether we want these sticking out at all. Probably not, don't know. We'll see about them. Now we're talking. It's looking like the what we're after. I like the idea of bringing the vent up from vertically into the bottom here. Yeah. I think we need a more powerful ventilation or system, or probably design like one or two, or trough. Use a trough, something like that. Anyway, let's work out how far we've got to move this over. Let's just save what we've got so far. Let's make sure we haven't lost anything over here. We would have we've gained some of that. So it needs to be assigned to, at least be assigned to level design B, that's it. So we've still got design A. We haven't affected that. Yeah, we haven't affected that at all, don't think. Yeah, that's good. I might as well grab one of these off design A. Grab some of these. Right, let's come back over here. Paste in place. So I'll put that there for a minute. Let's finish the rest of these. So we need to measure. All we got to do is measure from the back of here. Well, we can just measure from any of this really. Let's say we're measuring from there to the front of there. It's 1 meter. So that's easy enough to do, isn't it? So we've just got to copy that and move it by 1 meter. Problem. We've come out too far. So we've got to move it by back 20, I think. Back 20. Right, okay. So what have we got now? Are we bang on? Yes, we are. I like the idea of it's shoring up. An angle there and an angle there. It's clamping this. It's doing like 3-point connections. Right, so I need to work out. We know the length of that. It's 770. So if I grab hold of that and copy it, 770 minus 20, so 750. Right, so we've got them in at 750. And there, okay. Yeah, looks okay to me. Right, so we're building it up now. Okay. Right, that's good so far. So we've got that, and we're going to need a hood. Some of this I think I like the structure of this, keep it solid. Keep it in 2040 section. So to fill this area here, you need to probably slide panels. So let's do some slide panels and hide them. Oh, no, I'll tell you what, we'll leave the slide panels till later. We know we can do the slide panels. So basically slide doors. Right, what do we need for this structure? Anything else? Yeah, so we need a bit on the end of here. How much space we got here now? From there, say, to there. 180 mil. So 180 mil, it's about... It's not bad actually, that's probably the size of the power supply. I haven't measured the power supply. Tell you what, let me go and measure the power supply and I'll be back. I'll be back. into the loo as well. Right. Oh dear me. Too much information. Right, anyway. Yeah, so it's the power supply is about, well, yeah, it's about 150 by 150, and then it's 80mm tall. Okay, and make it into a component, and it's let's colour it. Find a colour, something like a blue. It's not a blue that it looks like. No, there's never a colour that it looks like, is there? So we'll have to paint it and adjust it. It's close. Close, doesn't matter. Just make it look right. We'll have to put this somewhere. Right, let's edit the colour. Let's try and make it better. More like the colour it's supposed to be. Just by guessing it. Something like, okay, I don't know, that'll do. Right, okay, power supply. So where does it go? Where will it fit? Sit somewhere. There's sliders there, so anyway, it doesn't matter. Let's put it at the back. Don't particularly want to see it. Will it go there for now until we can find some structure for it? No, is that right? Yeah. Okay, so what space have we got? We can come over a bit, can't we? Let's just come over 10mm and back this way, 10mm. That's it, we'll leave it there for a bit. It's like a placeholder. Alright. And we've got controls. We can sort controls out. With my CNC router I can mill out into aluminium or plastic. Aluminium I can mill out and proper control any sort of array we need. So no problem. Right, so this is our fixed height. Now obviously it's got to have a bed that's got to be, just noticed that sticking out there. So we need, yeah, that's our focal length. Anyway, let's carry on with this design. So we can't utilise at the minute. Can't utilise this trough for the. We can utilise this for the plastic and slot it in, but not the top at the minute. I wonder if it's better to look at it in this way. It might be clearer to look at it like this. So we can't. The wheels are coming across it. So probably the wheels could go the other way, maybe. Just to allow for a case. I don't know. Them are that way, aren't they? I don't know. Right, we're going to start somewhere. Right. So the tube couldn't have any length of tube now. Couldn't put a bigger tube in. That rail is dedicated to the tube only. Slightly offset though. See that? Don't know why that's offset. Anyway, it's offset, doesn't matter. We'll sort that out. Now we want to be able to roll this up and down there, but we do need a bed as well. Yeah, we need a bed. Now this is in the way of our bed. I suppose this is another reason they have linear guide rails, because they can just bolt stuff to the side of it. Anyway, we'll start somewhere. We've got to bear in mind that we might want to change it to linear rails at some point in the future, and they just bolt onto the side here. So I could model a linear guide rail actually. I've had a look at the price. There's some cheaper versions that like 40-45 quid for a long one. Anyway, let's get on with sorting something out. Let's get the basics design in place. So the way the wheels move up and down. So if you had the linear guide rails, you could just bolt it to the insides here. And it would spin up and down like that. It's a bit like a Krypton factor. It's like some kind of conundrum. You do this and you affect something else. We actually think we're designing it when all we're doing is making it fit around a load of constraints, which any number of engineers could come up with the similar design. There's people that already done this, but I've got to go with what I got. So, how do we get rid of these wheels? If we put them sideways, we've still got a gap at the top. I think they put a jacket over it. They put a more structure around the side that covers the bit that moves. I think that's what they do. Yeah, so we could do it if we had another length of this here just in, then that can be just used, I mean, for the panels. It's got to be covered up ultimately, otherwise you can't contain the smoke. Do I want to build a complete new jacket based on all this stuff all the way around it? Not really. So to that end, let's bring them in. So what we're going to do is bring the whole thing over. Now, if I laid this on its side, for instance, I could use the back end as the containment for the panels and the front guide for the wheels to guide up and down. But then you'd have to go back to... Yeah, it's difficult because then the motor would be like this other idea. Hang on. Yeah, it'll be like... oh, we've got two lots going on here. It'll be like that. But contained across there. And there's nothing wrong with that. We could make all that happen. Then we'd have the slot here for the panels to slide up, to cover it up. Yeah, and we'd be able to contain the back. So, let's try that idea out. So for that idea, we'd need to rotate. These could stay upright, and these need to be rotate round. Right. Yeah, not seen anyone do it that way before. Which means we'd have to... Hang on, let's get rid of them new gantries. So, if we rotate it round... So this would basically be on the inside. Doesn't matter if it's on the inside, just means we lose a bit of cutting area width-wise. We've got too much width anyway. bit too much width anyway. So we've got 900 and odd. I only want 700's fine. So we could contain that within. Right, so we got, yeah, so let's work out which bits need to move and which bits don't need to move. So let's try something out. Let's try something. Let's swap that round. So if we swap that round, then these can be shorter as well. And if them are shorter, this can be longer. But then you wouldn't do it to all of it though. No, there's no need. Right. So let's think. So if that was on the other side, you could still attach the gantry to it, but you'd lose that side of it, which is what we got originally anyway. Right, let's try it. So to do that, we'd have to swap one of these round. Alright, we'd have to swap that round, turn that round. In fact, we could lose. We don't need these at the minute, do we? Let's lose these. Tell you what, we'll just swap that round. So we'll turn that round by, I'm not sure by what. Let's just turn it round, grab it by the middle maybe, or the corner. Let's grab it by this corner. There is no corner to grab it by, so I'll just move it. Just tip it round like that. So that's the way it's gonna be, maybe. And we could put this back up here. So it would go to the top, wouldn't it? It would go to the top. Or the bottom. Alright, so yeah. Alright, that seems to have gone in the right place, hasn't it? We'll try that. At least it hasn't affected the rest. Right, so we've got that. It's sat on top of the thing. But then we'd have to reduce that by 20mm. Reduce that by 20mm and extend that by 20mm. So let's do that now. Let's move the whole thing up 20mm. Right, so then we've got to make these pieces bigger by 20mm. Okay, so we've got that ability back again. We've got this weird thing going on here. Right, because they need to be reduced by 20mm. It'll be 20mm both ends, won't it? Yeah. So we'll reduce it by 20mm both ends. Right, and we'll move it back. Oh no, that's right. So that's that way. So there's no runner going across there, so we're okay. Yeah, it looks weird. Looks weird, but yeah, then we've got to swap this round as well. Swap that round. Just like that. Try and get it lined up again. Can we just bring it into there? Can if we go X-ray? Is that it? No, let's have it. Let's just bring it to there. It's a little bit too high. Down 0.25. Is that right? That's a bit too far over. .25. No, gone the wrong way. Oh no. Need to do it a different way. Don't know what different way there is to do it. Anyway. It's awkward. It's got to be done right though. It's got to be done right. So what's the problem? X-ray. We're on X-ray already. So we've got to grab it by that, and that's better. Right, that's it. That's it, come out of there. Come out of X-ray a minute. Right, so we're back to this one. That should be lined up. Yeah, it looks like it's lined up, yeah. Okay, and we need to move this one. I need to move that back 20 mil. Okay, is that it? Yeah. Yes, it looks weird. I know it does. Right, so we've got that like that. So all this is so we can get our panels in. Get our slide panels in and still run up and down it. Just trying stuff out. Trying to make it easy, making it in a way that's easier to build. Don't want strife of when it's problem building it. So we're going to have to alter all this now. So let's go around the back of here. Right, we need to move the whole thing forward by 20 mil. Then that's going to have to face the other way, so let's move that now. That unit there needs to flip along the red. And then we move it back by not sure how much. Needs to come back. That's too long anyway, so let's try and see if we can just move it by. Let's try 40 mil. Is that going to be enough? Who knows? No, it's not quite enough. So it's going to have to be moved an arbitrary amount. I can't see the rest of the model. So we're going to have to bring that over like this. That's 9 mil over, it's too much. I'll go back a bit. Go back 0.5. Still not enough. No. Bit more. 0.25. Still too much. Yeah. Okay. I'll move it back. Is that better? No. 0.125. Right, so that's close. Yeah, that'll do. Right, so we've got it back there. And now we need to lose this panel here. Get rid of that and shorten these by to make them unique. Make it unique. Shorten it by whatever the amount is. They need to be 30 mil long, so let's have a look. 43.75, so move it back by 13.75. Move that back. Oh, it's gone too far. Oh, we've got a spacer. I don't think we need the spacer. Let's have a look. That's why we need to get rid of the spacer. So, it's 14.75, was it? Get rid of the spacer. Okay, so okay. Slightly out. Must have been 13. Well, that's probably it, yeah. So, I need to do that a few times now. I can either do that a few times or just delete them. Just delete. Tell you what, let's just do it. No. Tell you what, we'll just delete. Tell you what, we'll delete. Get rid of that. Now get rid of that completely. And just copy that. So I think it's, if I remember, is it 31 or 61? 61. going back. Looks no. 62, so go over another 2 mil. Is that right? No, still not right. Another 2 mil. No, it's not quite right. Tell you what, we'll undo all that. Right, we'll measure it. We'll measure it. My memory's not that good. 64.5 across and then down 60.26. I don't think it was 0.26. $60.5 and 64.5. Okay, so just grab that. 64.5 and grab the 2. Go down, copy them. 60.5. So hopefully they're all in the right slots. Yes, they are. They're all in the right slots. Okay, they're a little high because we're on a single piece now instead. The bottoms are okay. So we need to move them by we need to move them by like a second. Rather move the whole thing down by 20 mil. Yeah, let's leave. We've got to be careful that we clear the motor's in the way of that, so obviously it's going to affect all that as well. Unless we turn it upside down. Rotate the whole thing upside down, maybe. This will all be wrong, maybe. Yeah, we'll delete that and copy it and flip it and get it to be right. So the tube is where the tube is, so the lens is where the lens is, so that's got to stay there. This cross member's too big. Let's sort that cross member out. Let's go back 20 mil. Okay. Right, then we've got this assembly's got to move over 20 mil. That assembly. Move it over 20 mil. Out the way. So has this got to be moved over 20 mil? Okay. Right, still got a bit of space there. Right, so we've got some clearance still. We've got our cross member that can go onto it, that's fine. Wheels are too high. So these got to be brought down. The whole thing can be brought down. Yeah, so what's that going to do for us though? Let's work this out. Actually, that could be left where it was, and we could have moved that up to there. So yeah, we could have done that way. Yeah, because it looked weird when it like that. So how about if we bring this up to there? What consequences that have? Then bring the wheels up. Yeah, that makes more sense to me. But the motor's in the way of the lens, so you need to flip it. It's going to be a bit of a problem, this is, by the sound of it. Let's make sure we've got audio. Yeah, I've got audio. Right, so we're going to do this. Motor's in the way, so that needs to go down lower anyway, so I think we'll bring, yeah, we'll flip this round, I think. Can we just flip that round by the middle? Let's see what happens if we flip that round. Right. Flip along. Don't know what axis it is. Green. Red axis. No, blue. Blue axis. Flip along the blue. Alright, it's going to be too high now. That's okay. I'll sort that out. The motor's going to be underneath. Probably in the way of the bed. Probably. We'll see. Alright, let's bring the whole thing down. Oh, we're going to... yeah. Something new this is. We haven't had this thing before like this, so... let's bring the whole thing down by... I don't know whether it's 20mm. Let's try 20mm just in case it is 20mm. Right, what we got? Have we got it? Not quite. So let's see. So it needs to attach to something. Needs to run across there. We're trying to make our case slide into there. Plastic panels to contain it. So everything has to be within. Right, let's just... I don't know if I want to put that up there, probably. Probably want to put that back up there and then extend the rest, maybe. Yeah. It'd be nice if this member was all the same, lined up. Yeah, I think it would be nice if it was all lined up. We'll see. So let's just do that now. Let's lift it up by 20mm. Alright, lift that up by 20mm. Okay. Right, so we're short by 20mm on these two. So if we do that, we might have to lower the whole thing. Let's try and work out where we've only got 1 meter length, so let's have a look. So we've got 230, 250, 250, and then we've taken them off the ends of here. We've cut these off here, so 250. 250, what have we got here? $250, 940. No, we haven't cut them off there. We've cut them off the other ends. Sorry, my fault. We've cut them off these pieces. Cut them off these pieces. Let's measure it again. I was just thinking something then. 250. 770. 770. So we need to alter it by alter the whole thing down to meet it. Hang on, 250 to the top. So leave them where they are. Just drop it down. Yeah. So we just drop it down by 20 mil. 20 mil. Yeah. Drop it down by 20 mil. Let's do that. Can that be dropped down by 20 mil? $20 mil, that's it. Right, what have we done? Have we messed anything up? No. No, we're okay. So that's right there. So our wheels have got to go up into there. So I don't know what that size is. Let's try and work it out. Just this piece, yeah. View the rest of the model and bring it up straight up till it sits in the V. Up on the axis. Leave it there for now. Bit more. Bit more. Right, okay. Looks like it wants to snap to that. That'll do. Right. So there's our motor. Obviously you can rotate the motor around so the connector comes out the back rather than down, so I can do that. We'll probably have to get an adjustable focal length because that doesn't fit anyway. Right, so we need to alter the bracket now over here. These need to go down and sit into that V, so I'm not sure how far down it's got to go. Probably 20 mil, I would have thought, isn't it? Would have to be the 20 mil, because yeah, I think so. Right, all that down 20 mil should be. That should sit in the V. Just right into that V, yeah, that's it. Okay. So that's good. That's only 20 mil, so we can go into this now. We'll have to make it unique. Right, so we basically hide the rest of the model. This should be easy enough to do.
G0HCT 2E0YVN.
So we're basically going to grab this area here and move it down 20 mil. See if we don't interact with anything else. We're okay. We've still got our cable tie holes. Yeah, they're not getting in the way of anything, so we've altered that. Yeah, and we've kept this geometry here where the belt goes round. We've not altered that anything. We know it's a known working platform. Right, so these are probably going to have to be eccentric spacers or fixings. Right, so we've got that. And we're lined up there now as well, which is good. All lined up there. Ready for when we upgrade to linear rails in the future. So they can be bolted onto there, maybe. Maybe. So we've got that, so we need to get rid of the other side now. The old stuff. So let's get rid of this old one. Oh, it's just deleted. Gone. Right, we want another copy of this. What I should have done is, yes, we want a copy of that one. Just that there. So I don't know how far it's got to go out, so we'll just copy it. Just bring it parallel over here for now. And we'll do the flipping. We're not going to edit it so it can come back out. Oh, we still need to grab it though. Right, it's the right way, wrong way around, so we need to flip it. Flip along. Is it the blue or the green or the red? Not sure. It's not the blue. Is it the green? Probably the red. Yeah, the red. So it'll be too far out, so I need to bring that now flush with over against this. No, that's too long. That's going to have to be reduced. And this is going to have to be flipped up as well, so. Oh no, that can stay the same size. And this is going to have to be flipped up. No, that's the right way. Sorry, what am I thinking? It's going to have to be brought up 20mm. Bring that up 20mm. Okay, that's in the right place now. This is too long by 20mm. Back. Okay. Right, so we've got that. Is that right? Yeah, because it's got to have the wheel in. Right, so now we've got to move the whole thing over. We've got to shrink them as well. Now we've moved it that way, they've got to be shrunk. That's okay. Well, we can widen it actually rather than shrinking it. Keep them the length they are. We'll sort that out. Let's put this where it needs to go. Easier said than done. But what we can do is grab it by just like that and move it closer. We do need to see the rest of the model though. Right, let's carry on moving it. Keep it on the red line. Try that. Has it snapped? Sort of in the right place, roughly. If it is, the plastics and this carriage roller's in the way now. Alright, let's just move the carriage roller out of the way. This bit. Alright, let's move that out the way, over a bit. Let's just go like that. Let's keep it 70mm. Keep it somewhere. Right, okay, let's have a look down here. Okay, are we on flush? No, we're not quite on flush there, look. Not quite. Right, almost. So I'll bring that back to match this here. That's it. Just bring it back a touch. I wonder if we could bring it back just enough here. Let's say 0.25. Is that too much? It's not quite enough, is it? It's not touching. What's the wheel look like? Let's have a look. Let's do it off the wheel instead. It's not quite right, is it? Hang on. Undo, move. Alright, not sure what we do with that. It's close. I need to just, it's difficult. Let's get it over there so we can scroll around it. Depends on where you're looking at it from. Let's go over, that's 0.25, so 0.125. Take a compromise. Let's have a look. Is that it? Little bit of a gap still. Okay. It's one of those. Don't know what it is. Is that right? No, needs to go a little bit more. Let's go a bit more then. 0.125. Is that too much? Still a bit of a gap. Anyway, it's we'll work that out somehow. Don't know. Still a bit of a gap. Yeah, still a bit of a gap. Okay, let's go a little bit more then. 0.1. Okay, that's as close as I dare take it. What's it look like? Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, leave it at that. Right, so we've got our new wheel guides, low profile. We've got our new low profile wheel guides that grip onto this nice and solidly. 4-wheel. The motor's tucked underneath. Actually, it's touching there, isn't it? That's not good. Right, so that's touching. So I can't have that. We'll have to have a look at that. It's touching the top bit. Don't want the motors touching the steel. Aluminium. So we know we're flush. Well, I think we're flush. Let's have a look. See, are we flush? Not quite. Sort of. Don't know. Anyway. Right. So, what do we do with that then? Move the motor down. Or is there anywhere else we can put the motor? Can we put the motor? No, the motor's got to be where it's got to be. Up or down. Can't be up because it gets in the way of the mirror. Down, it needs to have a bit more depth on it. And also needs to rotate around the other way. Let's try and rotate that now. Right, we've put the connections at the back. So we'll do a rotate like that. So we've just rotated it. All fixing should be in the same place still, and roller should be all in the same place. Yeah, it is. Right, okay. Now if we alter the depth on it though, we're altering the geometry of all this. So it looks like we're going to have to lift this bar up a bit by the looks of it. If we do that, yeah, we can do that. Lift the bar up a bit and alter this and still keep that where we want it. So let's find out how far it is above the top. Space it out nice and even. $17.87. Right, let's do it by a known amount. Let's give it. Let's just take it 8mm up. 8mm up, so we know we got 8mm. Right. So I'll go like this. No. That needs to go up 8mm. Up, and then we need to take this bracket 8mm up. Okay. So we've cleared the motor now. We've got a bit of extra capability on it. Yeah. So we've got that there. We've kept our alignment with our beams height above there. Right, let's go and do the other side. So we've automatically brought that the right height up. Need to alter the motor here. So alter the motor. That's it, need to rotate that down. Is that the middle? Don't think it is. Probably is. We need to rotate that like that. Let's make sure we haven't come off center. Now we're okay. Right, yeah, okay, that's it. So that's that bit done. Let's save it. We can lose our axes a minute. Right, let's see what it looks like. So we've got the ability to put our slide panels in now. Slide doors. Slide doors. If you don't know what I mean, we'll draw one in a minute. Slide doors, and we can do slide doors at the back as well. And you could even do a bed. You could even, well, a bottom of a bed. You could slide something in here at least, so you can self-contain it. Pressure wise, wind wise, suction wise, self-contain it. I would need to come up as well to have a hood, so that you need to sort the hood out after, and hopefully it could be brought in off the top of here. So I know we've got something not quite right somewhere, haven't we? That's flush there. Right, this one here needs to be shrunk. That needs to be shrunk by is that unique? We need to make that unique and shrink that. Right, it needs to be shrunk by 20mm. Both ends probably. Okay, what have we got now? Yeah, we've got something like. Okay. We've got something that'll go together. Now we've obviously shrunk some of the steel. So what we should have done is lengthen the steel. Kept it at 1 mil. Less cutting is better. But then, hang on. No, because that's 1 mil. Unless we fold that down as well. No, these aren't. These are upright. So what have we got going on here? Yeah, we've got something weird happening here, haven't we? That's sat on. That's sideways. So we've also got to think about a bed as well. An adjustable bed. Might be... yeah. How would adjustable bed attach to any of this stuff? To be adjustable, needs to slide up and down, doesn't it? Not necessarily back and forward, so it just needs to slide up and down, and right, so if that's got the infill panel, it's not going to be able to slide up and down. But turning it round is not going to help us either, so that might have to be a standalone thing inside, an upgrade later. Unless I think of something else to do it. Because if you turn that round, you can only... So, yeah, the insides almost need square, don't you? I think we better put some panels in to see what's going on. Panels, right, we can work the panels out. Let's work some panels out. So all we need is the size from... we need to work the size from the bottom of there to the bottom of here. Where is it? There. 210 plus whatever it was inside. Was it 6 mil? Can't remember what it was. 6 mil, so 12 mil. So 210 plus 12 mil. Right, let's just make some panels. Let's just say it's 500 mil by 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. What happened there? No, that's wrong. Undo, rectangle. 500 by 2, 2, 2. That worked, right. And it'll be whatever thickness we can get in there. It's probably going to be 6 mil. Do we have 6 mil? Let's see what we can get in there. Between these two, yeah. 6.2, so it will fit in there lovely. I'll have to bend it a bit though. Or slide, yeah, or slide it in from the end. Probably bend it. Anyway, it's 6. I've got some 5 mil actually. Or I might not have any, so let's make it out of 6 mil. 6 mil. Right. And they need to be half the size of this. So measure this. This is all going to be adjusted because I think I've lost track of some of the sizes. Lost track of a few of the sizes while I was messing around. Right, 940. There's been an overlap. A little bit of an overlap. Actually, to have an overlap, you're going to need 2 slots. Yeah, you need 2 slots for an overlap. But then there'll be a 20mm gap, so... Yeah, so you need 2 slots to pass one over top of the other, or unless they're made of 3mm. Or you just make them butt up together. Don't know, we'll have to have a look at that. That's something else to be... Every time we solve one problem, we create two problems. So, 940... Let's just make them 500. They're 500 anyway, aren't they? Right, let's make it into a component. We need it on its side. Take it. Needs to be made of transparent material. Let's make it out of transparent. No, don't want none of that. Want that, that, and that. I want that, that, and that, and it needs to be colour from the model. In the model, what have we got? Grey, blue. Okay. Right, we've got the grey panel, transparent. Let's put it in there somewhere. Put it in here. Slot it over. So we know it's 6mm deep, so let's get that over to there and go over 6mm. Okay, we're in 6mm. We're in there, 6mm, we're not quite in it. So we need to move it over, whatever that is. It needs to drop down 6mm as well. 6mm down and across. 2.5. That's about it. Okay, so we've got our bit of a plastic. This is how we make our case. Make our case like that. And let's copy it. A sliding case. So to get a sliding case, how would you have a sliding case? Probably not have a sliding case, just removable panels. Let's drop this in over this side. Right, what is that? Yeah, drop it in. 6mm. Right, okay, we're in there. We're in there like that, okay. And we've got our overlap going on here, so let's have a look how much overlap. 47.8, right. Something doesn't look right. $47.8. So That would suggest there's something wrong with our sizes somewhere. Oh no, -6, isn't it? Anyway, there's something, yeah, something that's not quite right. Tell you what. Right, okay, get the calculator out. 47.8 divided by 2, 23.9. 47.08. .08 divided by 2, 23.54. Okay. Okay, so we've got our 2 panels in there, and we need the same for the back as well, probably. I don't know what size it is anymore, so I'll just put it out there. Don't know what size it is. So I'll just grab it from here. Oh, something's not right, look. It's weird, isn't it? Needs to go the same way. It's not quite right. Nothing's easy. Okay. Bloody hell. 0.25. No, another 0.25. That'll do. Right. Okay. X-ray. Mad. Right, so we're sat slightly low on the one. For some reason. Okay. Well, anyway, it's supposed to be just a representation, really. Anyway, so we've got infill panels. They're 500 wide, so we can cut them. Actually, they're less than 500 wide. So what we need to do now is put them on a different layer. Panels. Panels. So take away the panels. Right. So I haven't done the side ones yet. That'll do for now. Let's sort out the rest of the stuff. More important stuff than panels. Save that. Right, let's have a think. Stand back and have a think. So we've got clearance on the motor. We've had to bring the one rail up a bit though. That's okay, because it's still clear there. Still got clearance. No, this is in the wrong place. Because we brought it up by 8mm, so we're going to have to bring that up by 8mm as well. But leave that where it is, it's just this bit. Right, so we need everything but we want, okay, we want this first. No, that's part of that, isn't it? So, tell you what we'll do, we'll drop that and that down by 8mm, and then we'll bring the whole thing up by, is that not part of that? No, I guess it isn't. It is now. So bring the whole thing up by 8mm. Okay, everything should be still back to where it was, yeah. It's funny that's flush now, that one, isn't it? Almost. So we're still, our focal length is still a problem with the motors in the way. But this motor could come on top. We're still, hang on. Yeah, they're still in the way there, but then we could just reduce our cutting area. That'll give us room for our limits. So that still has to move up and down though, doesn't it? Right, we might be able to gain, no, don't think we can. That's the trouble with putting motors spacing on it. Trying to use the stuff we got to get a working system, but so the clips are holding this up in the air, whatever size that is. That's only a guess, by the way. So some of it's going to have to be adjusted, packed out and whatever. Unless we turn that on its side as well and have it stepped lower, fasten it lower. Is there a lower to it? Let's have a look. No, because that's on its side. But you could turn that around the other way if you wanted. So then that joins it lower and it sits the laser a bit lower down, which will give us our focal length. But if it's 20mm lower, what would happen? No, you haven't got much clearance. Well, you could drop that a bit lower if you need to, that gantry. There's so many if, buts and maybes. So many if, buts and maybes. Right, let's have a small break. Have a short break. Back in a bit. Right, back again. I just seen something on OBS. Stop streaming. So you could stop and restart the stream. Maybe that's the same thing that happens when your broadband fails and it carries on when the broadband comes back. But anyway, don't know what it is, so I'll leave it. Right, don't know where this is going, all over the place. And the cutting list has gone to shambles. We've reduced the size of these wheels. Let me just make sure I haven't affected the other model. No, I think the other model's okay still, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, the other model's fine. Model's fine. Right, so what can we do to this? So we've got our panels in there. We can put our panels across there. That's fine. The only thing I've noticed is we put our panels here. We can't have a square retainer there, but we can have one here, and one there. So it's going to have some clever angles on it. And then we can't have one there, but we can have it there. We can have. Yeah, we can have two there. Yeah, there's ways of doing it. There's ways of doing it, but anyway. Yeah, it's gonna be a bit of a blinder, this one. And it's got to look right, hasn't it? At the end of the day, it's got to look right. So how many pieces have I used so far? I've used 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I've got some offcuts. So we could out of these 10 lengths I've got, I could probably make. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We've got offcuts and we've got an extra piece for something. So when does it become time to start building it? Let's have a think. When it becomes time to start building. So we've got to keep these areas clear for the panels to fit snug. Right, we've got something weird going on over there, look. Right, so that isn't the right length now. We've affected that length for some reason. We've affected that length. We haven't affected that length. Nor that one. But we've affected both of this. So that must have been part of something else. Or we've never... I think it's we need to do it. Craziness, yeah, craziness. So we could make these brackets really. Motor sticking down the bottom, is that normal? Belt driven. Right, just want to see the gantry. So the gantry moves that way and that way. It's very awkward to visualise it. Difficult to visualise things. So this corner we've got half and half. So it's possible to bolt these two together. But not that to that. Well, how would you bolt that together if you're trying to keep it open? Oh, you've got these pieces. I need to check some sizes. How many random sizes have we got now? We've got those. That should be the same as that, but it isn't. Make unique. I don't know why that wasn't unique anyway, but anyway. I must have just used it somewhere else. No, that's not it. 20 mil that way. Let's go this way and do that one. I don't know how come that ended up 20 mil small. I don't know. Must have not made it unique or something. Okay. Right, so you got ways of doing it. Right, let's have a look. Difficult with all these colours to these lines make your eyes go weird. It's not the best rendering, is it? It's not the best rendering engine, put it that way. So we've got a flat one there that attaches. So build. Oh, let's just bring this out and see what happens. Okay, so we need to probably explode that. Right, so that needs to... Right, so all this here. Let's just move that out, see what happens with it. I'll leave it there. Put it back. Right, let's sort these motors out then. These motors are sticking down, aren't they? Out your way. They're sticking down. They're in the way, really. That one's flush, this one's sticking down more. Your focal length is there. Let's just check the focal length. Focal length. .8, that's not right. Okay. Let's bring it down a bit. Okay. Right, so that was not quite right. 8 mil. That's right. That's where it needs to be. So that's good news. We've got a bit more length on the focal length. Can't get out of this model. Right. Still, this motor is too low now. That's where it wants to burn. See, all this is too low based on this idea, but the motor could come up this way now, couldn't it? This motor could come up right out of the way. Yeah, that could come up that way. The only reason it's down there is to miss the guide angle, which we no longer have anyway. Okay. Now if the motor was there, it would have to travel all the way over. It will travel all the way over and it will get in the way of this head. So we're losing a bit of space there just for this mirror, basically. So this could be attached in a different way, perhaps. You've got a certain amount of space. Yeah, that could be slowly that slipped over this way a bit. I'll have to sit forward though. Does it matter? Leave it where it is for now. So we know we're not going to get all the space. That's fine, we didn't really want it. So to that end, can we put the motor up out of the way? If the motor was upright, what would it do? So just flip this around, don't you? Just flip it. Let's try flipping it. So you need to flip all this basically. So you'd have to flip the whole thing apart from. Yeah, let's work out what we're going to flip. Flip everything but yeah, so that stays where it is. So I have to flip that, and that, and the motor. Have we got everything that we want to flip? Have we got everything that we want to flip? Not sure. Yeah, I think so. Right, let's flip it then. Can we flip it? Either rotate it or flip it. Ideally it wants to be rotated by the middle of this, so let's try and rotate it by that there. Around like that. Okay. Has everything landed where it should be? Certainly looks it. Maybe. Let's just try it. Difficult to see. No, it hasn't. What's happened there? It's gone silly. Undo rotate. So we've rotated on a weird angle. So we're going to have to rotate and move it back in. Might as well just flip it. Flip along the blue direction. No. Right, we've lost all the pieces now. Right, is that everything? Yeah, so flip along the green direction. No. Try again. Seems to change. Flip along the blue direction. Red direction. Red direction. Right, and it needs to be flush with this bracket. We're going to do that. Flush with the bracket. Is that it? Maybe. Could be. Right, let's have a look. Let's make sure the wheels are still in line with everything. Are they? No, they're not. Not quite. What's going on? Oh, we've got a bit of a gap here. So let's sort this gap out. 0.5 of a mil. We're 0.5 of a mil out, so let's try again. Right, that's everything. 0.5. Okay. Now we're okay, yeah. Okay, got the motor pointing up now. Motor points up. Yeah, so the motor's not going to come in front of the lens, so it's alright. Now this is probably going to be in the way, but we'd have to reduce a bit of size. Or mount it off there. Right, it'd be nice if that was flat, I suppose. And if we had that flat, yeah, we could have that flat. Anyway, I'll keep it like that for now. Right, so we've got this. This should all line up still. Maybe. Let's just see. Let's see if we can see if it lines up. No, it's not quite lining up, is it? So why is it so far out? Something not right. Ah, because I've since flipped the mirror around the right way. Got a lot of gap there. That's weird. Okay. So that's gotta be where it's gotta be. It's gotta be where it's gotta be. Yeah, that's gotta be there. So it's not quite lined up. So that's gonna have to come out. Yeah, it's gonna have to come out. Now, how far out is it? How far out are we? We're a little bit out. in different directions. $13mm and $2mm. 13mm and 2mm. Okay. So that can be moved 2mm. That can be moved 2mm up. Okay. That's a bit better alignment, yeah, but it's 13mm, I think we said it was. Oh, isn't that okay? Difficult to work out. Look at it from above. So sort of like that to there. $10, $11, 10.5. Okay, it's 10.5 there, for whatever reason. So we'll move the whole thing. Don't ask me what happened there, but anyway. Alright, so we want this. Okay, we want that. Yeah. To move out this way. 10.5. We can move that out by 10.5. Puts it in the middle of the beam. Let's just see if we've got this one going over here. It's not quite in the middle, but that's the middle. So we're still out by a little bit, tiny bit. Sort of. We don't know whether it bounces off the back of the lens, the thickness, so that's close enough. Close enough. Let's see where it's going now. Right through the centre there, that's it, yeah, that'll do. Okay. Take that as okay. Right. Right, I'll just get rid of these then. That's it. Okay, so we're lined up again, sort of. Now we've got up and down movement on the two brackets. And we'll have up and down moving on that. And this will be fixed. That'll be work out the holes to fasten it to this gantry. We've lost a bit here for the motor. There's no way of doing that. The motor, so we've lost a bit of our, yeah, the depth for the motor next. So that's our bed's gonna have to come up higher. We'll probably change this anyway, but the bed will have to be reduced to leave room for this lot to move up and down. Oh, unless that's above as well. Why couldn't that be above? Because you can only come this far anyway, so why doesn't that could be above as well, couldn't it? Why did I reduce it? Why is it on the bottom, or is that the old design? Oh, I swapped it round, didn't I, on purpose? Oh, to miss the lens. Yeah, let's swap this one round to miss the lens. So I missed the lens, so it comes out the bottom, which alters our focal length. Or you could move your mirror over and you lose this bit anyway. We'll have to think about that. We'll have a think about that. The best way to do it. 2 hours 42. We'll go a bit longer, then knock it on the head for a bit. Right. We'll do a cutting list in a minute. So we can expand the tube length. We want a more powerful tube. I've got to bear in mind that this box, the wiring's only got a certain length on it. It's high tension, so yeah. So the motor's sat on the top. There's no way this motor can interact with this. Can it not go the same as this? I don't know. There's so many ways of doing it, you know what I mean? So our focal length is what happens at the top we're not really interested in, apart from the mirrors being out the way. So I think we need the bed clear of stuff, but we will have a limited area. But don't forget, this is doubling up as the carriage and the panels, the outer cover, the case plastics. So it's doubling up for the panels. We need some more panels here, so it has to stay that way. Alright, okay. Gotta go for a break. Back in a second. Oh no. Right. So this is slowly turning back into. Yeah, well, let's just turn it back. Let's turn it back. I found out there's no advantage from having the motors underneath, it just makes things worse. Right, so let's turn the whole thing round. How can we turn it round? We need to grab it by the centre. Let's spin it round, so let's try and grab it by the centre. Alright, let's try it. Alright, so grab it by the centre. There is no centre really. So we could try and reference that, that and that. I'll try to work out. No, there is no centre. How about if we was to put a line across it? Temporary line. Rotate it around that bit. Okay. And get rid of the lines. Let's try that. Does that put it in the right place? Yeah, basically. Okay. Let's do the other end.
Okay, Kitty. Last week here was very warm. Some days it's near to plus 20 in the last week.
Do this end.
But this weekend we're going to normal temperature, spring weather. Near to plus 10 is the maximum.
Oh, has it done both?
Near to 0 degrees in the night. Last night was just over the
Did it do both automatically? No, it didn't. Okay.
It's 1 or 2 degrees below to 0. Now we are back to normal spring weather. But last week it's very warm here. Some days it's over the near to plus 20, and the southern part of the Finland there was temperature report was plus 22 or plus 23 in the last week. But now we are coming back to normal city, over.
I think he sounds Finnish, that one. Finnish. Probably name's Lauri.
QSL, Kitty. We have still some ice over on my lake. My lake shore is about 50% of my bay. My lake bay is about 50% to open, but close to my cabin is there is a place the sun not shining in the daytime. There is it's about 10 centimeters ice, but the other side of the
At least we
bay
can see the belts.
is open, and I can see there is some birds there over the lake. Okay, kidding. I not keep any longer. It's really nice to hear you this morning. Propagation is okay to between us. I heard some Hawaiian station disband, and also I heard from Australia. Australia this morning. Band is a little bit open this morning here. Kitty. Okay, Kitty, I wish you best 73. Have a nice week, and of course happy Easter to you and your family. Tango Fox 4 Whiskey Delta, Oscar Hotel 8 Kilo, X-Ray Kilo, 73, bye-bye, Kitty.
Okay, so we've moved it over a bit. We've moved everything, shuffled everything up now. And we've got a bit of a problem because the motor is...
Okay, Kitty, fine business, 73, customer K40.
Yeah, we could sort of keep it. Yeah.
Hotel 8 Kilo, X-Ray Kilo.
Alright, so we've got it like that.
Okay, Mike 7, wait a minute.
We're a bit...
Mike
I
7.
need to move that down a bit, probably level with that. Be nice if that was level, wouldn't it? Would be nice if that was level as well. Let's try to make it level.
Okay, Mike 7, sorry, uniform whiskey, always 8 Kilo, X-Ray Kilo, okay, 4.
Let's try and make it level.
UK, and you're picking also 59 and the QSP using a little bit into S7 to S9 here. I am here in central part of Finlandia. About 100 miles north of
Is it 8 mil?
my holiday cabin here in the countryside.
Not sure if it's 8
I
mil.
have a little bit power here. I'm using 1.5 kW. But antenna is only the one
No, it's not 8 mil.
Vertical wire loop antenna, very simple vertical wire monoband loop.
Can we measure it?
And the transceiver is ICOM 7674 over.
7 mil. Okay, let's bring it down 7 mil. See if it's flush. So, is it now flush with that? Be nice if it was. No, I don't think it is. Don't think it is. Let's try it.
Okay, QSL, okay, you have this new K40 710, okay, and 25 watt sensor, okay.
No, it's not quite.
Okay, my business, your setup is working very fine because your signal is picking a 5x9 here with the 25 watts. Okay, and I have a big power here, it's a 1.5 kW. But also not wire, only the wire antenna here, no any beam antennas on the edge, so only the some yucky antennas on to 6 meter.
This is difficult to do.
Below to 30 megahertz wires here, some loops and some diodes and so on. Okay, Paul, I not keep any longer, thanks, nice year, so maybe our first year, so very appreciate for that.
0.67.
I wish you best 73 and happy Easter to you and your family. Mike 7 Charlie United Whiskey, Oscar Henry 8 Kilo, X-Ray Kilo, 73, take care, bye-bye, Paul.
Okay. That should be lined up now. Should be. What is going on here?
Oh, 73, 55, Paul.
Well, I want it focusing on that.
Oscar Henry 8 Kilo, X-Ray Kilo.
Oh, we're a bit in. We're a bit too far over.
Is that all for November Victorian Kids, correct?
Oh, what on earth are we doing here?
Okay. Okay, call for November Victor Yankee, over 8 kilo X-ray kilo. Hello, Mike. Nice to hear you first time on the CC. You reported some 57 here, and the name is Tuomo, Mike, over.
Oh, so we're not quite right. We're too low by 0.25. Too low by 0.25. So that needs to too high by 0.25. Okay, too high by 0.25. Like losing track of it slowly. Sometimes you have to build it all again. No, something not right here. Something's not right.
We have many QSOs before. Last time we were talking, it was last August, and really nice to hear you again on the band that first time on this year. Okay, and I'm the same setup as before. I am here on my holiday cabin in the countryside, Easter holidays, and of course I have next 2 weeks. It's my vacation weeks, and I try to stay here on next 2 weeks here on my cabin. And WXA at the moment is a little bit sun shining. Morning temperature now is +7. It's a little bit growing, and maybe the maximum in the afternoon is +11 or 12 degrees. No any rain, and it's a nice spring weather here. Okay, Mike, I'll not keep any longer. I want to wish you best 70s and happy Easter to you and your family. T4 November Victor Yankee.
I suppose the best way is to grab this, just bring it over here, bring it out like that. No, undo. Bring it out 100. Right, then have a look and see what is going on here.
Okay, Mike, fine business. We have also national holiday.
Lower it down.
Tomorrow. Monday is national holiday, but I have extra holidays, and I stay in the next two weeks and the holiday. Okay, Mike, best 73.
Still not right. Look at it.
73. The Q1 set to those Router 8 kilo and 3 kilo.
Right, that's better.
Q1 set, this is Oscar Henry 8 kilo and 3 kilo.
Okay. We're lined up, but
somebody is making the QSO on the background. I QSY. I try to go to 3 or 5 cases.
what's this? Is this 6mm? 6mm. So we're a bit off the flush. No, that's no good. Let's have a look at from above. We're a little bit out. By how much? 0.15. Okay, what's that like now? Should be bang on there. We'll have to check the other side. So we're bang on there, but there's no space between the motor. Now the motor might as well go up out of the way. Now we've altered all this as well, so what I do need to look at the original one. Let's bring back the old style gantry. Right, so it looks the same. Right, it is the same. But there's not enough space for the... So does it matter if the belt goes up a bit higher and down to give us some space? Needs a bit of space. So we're going to have to alter this then. Alter it a little bit. Old style gantry, we're just going to have to alter it. Got a lot of noise. Must be some kind of call in frequency, that one. So we need to bring the motor up a bit. It's funny why that sticks up more than the motor. Is that really what happens? No, it isn't. That's not really what happens. They're flush with that, so I must have lowered it somewhere in the past. Alright, so what we'll do is we'll alter that then. We'll alter it to be flush with the top. Let's find out how far down it is. 4.32. So let's do that now. Tell you what we'll do, grab okay, we'll go up by 4.32 and then we'll grab the holes.
Italy Zulu 5, Italy Oscar Sierra. Italy Zulu 3, Lima Mike Tango. Italy Zulu 5, Italy Oscar Sierra. Italy Zulu 3, United Victor Whiskey. Lima Mike Tango. Italy Zulu 3, Lima Mike Tango. Italy Zulu 5, Italy Oscar Sierra. Italy Zulu 5, Italy Oscar Sierra. Italy Zulu 3, Lima Mike Tango. Italy Zulu 5, Italy Oscar Sierra.
So we've brought the whole thing up a bit. And we've cleared this now as well, so we've kept it parallel.
Sure, Sierra Papa 5 X-ray again. X-ray, X-ray, Canada Yankee 59. X-ray, Tokyo, Yokohama, Sugar Papa 5.
Right, so we've got that a bit higher, we've got our clearance. We've kept this the same. We've just moved that up to the top, probably where it should have been, really. Anyway. Yeah, we'll leave it like that. Okay. Now some of these cable tie holes are in weird places, so we'd have to alter them, maybe, or take them out altogether. Let's just take them out.
Whiskey Victor Hotel 59. Thank you, Alpha Oscar 3 India, Alpha Romeo Uniform,
Oh, some of our holes aren't lined up now. What's going on?
Oscar Echo 3, Delta Alpha Sierra 59.
Why aren't they lined up?
Thank you, Alpha Oscar 3 India, Alpha Romeo Uniform,
Some of the holes aren't lined up.
Heading in Sugar again.
Right, so what happened there?
Delta Lima 7, Kilo Bravo Sierra 59.
Oh, they're all out by a certain amount.
73 is Alpha Oscar 3 India, Alpha Romeo Uniform,
Right, so I've done something wrong.
Go for Whiskey Victor Delta 59. Thank you, 73 is Happy Easter, Alpha Oscar 3 India, Alpha Romeo Uniform,
So that's not good, is it?
Mike 5, heading in Charlie again.
Not good.
Mike 5.
Ah.
Hotel Oscar Charlie 59. 73, thank you. Oscar, Hotel Germany.
Right, what's gone wrong then?
Oscar November 5, Ontario, Canada 59.
Let's do some undoing.
Happy Easter, thank you. Hotel Germany 0, Norway, Bravo, India 59. Thank you,
Right, so we're all okay there.
Romeo Kilo 3, Mike X-ray Tango 59. What be done,
Oof.
9 Hotel 1, Bravo Charlie 59.
So we're okay there, we're all centered.
43 is Alpha Oscar 3 India, Alpha Romeo Uniform,
The motor's not quite right.
Mike 7, Juliet Victor Hotel 59.
What's going on with this motor?
Happy Easter, thank you,
It's not quite, it did rotate it, it's flush that way, is it?
Okay, 2 Mike 0, Tango Foxtrot Papa, good morning, 59.
It's flush that way. It's not quite flush this way.
1 November X-ray 59. Thank you,
Somebody keeps putting interference over them.
They're living in the southern part of
It's strange.
my main city is the 200.
Who's binging me this time of the morning? Let's have a look. Somebody wants me to we value your feedback on a Sunday morning. Keep that in the week, please. Crazy. So we're all adrift with this at the minute. It's ever since I rotated this round. Could it be the motor's different size one way as the other?
Yes, my name is Tuomo.
41 that way. 41 that way. That's probably my original model's not quite right. This original model is probably not quite right. 41.5.
Yes, okay, I'm a little bit, fishing is not my hobby. It's not a priority hobby, but a few times, and not every weekend, but every month I'm fishing, and also I'm ice fishing in the winter time. I go to walking over the frozen lake. Lake is always in the winter time. My lake is frozen. There is about 50 centimeters ice over the lake every winter. I can go to walking or snowmobile, and I go to over the lake ice and I make the holes and ice fishing. And of course we have here in the winter time we have ice roads. We have some roads over the lake, and we can use the car, normal car. We can go to over the lake, and it's some places there is a short distance to city. To my city, if you go to over the ice roads, in the summertime it takes about 70 kilometers, but in the winter time it's only the 5 kilometers. Okay, it's a very big difference if you use ice roads in the winter time. Okay, and if you want to see some nice photos, if you go to my keyword page, you can see what is the real location here, and what is the summer pic. There is some summer pictures and also some pictures was taken in the winter time, and also there is one picture, ice fishing picture over.
Oh, it's crashed. It's crashed. Oh dear.
It's a
Right, okay.
The cold weather, it's not my main hobby, but I have some friends that they ice fishing every day. Sometimes it's a minus 20 degrees Celsius.
Need somewhere on the case for laptop to go, or a computer screen maybe.
Our daylight time is very short.
Maybe not. Maybe not.
Only a few hours per day is a daylight.
I'm just waiting for this to crash now.
Ice fishing in the end of the
3 hours 13, so I'm going to end it in a minute. I have to just make sure all this is back as it was.
I was over the ice in the last weekend. The temperature was over the plus 10, and sun shining. It's not so cold. But if you go to the middle of the winter, it's a little bit cold, and not so much. You have only a few hours time to go to ice fishing over.
If I can get the frame worked out, the sizing, I can cut some of the steel down, start joining it together, the angles with the little corner brackets.
Ice drill, okay,
I haven't got the fixings yet, that's the only problem.
Somebody can use the ice drill, the normal electric drill, and there is a...
Right, it's just oh, it just crashed now, hasn't it? That's good. Right, okay. Let's load it again.
It takes 1 or 2 minutes to make the hole on the ice over.
Right, where did we get to? I have no idea. Oh, we did manage to move it then. Yeah, we managed to move it.
Sometimes when I have ice fishing, it's not every case, not every day. Sometimes you do not get any fishes on when you ice fishing, but some days you get a lot of fishes.
Right, so I've got to move that hole over.
Very small fishes, and sometimes it's possible to get
That one's got to be moved over. 0.25. Okay. That's centered now, maybe. So it doesn't look right, does it? What's going on here? Right, so that's not quite right. Don't know what Can't tell what isn't quite right at the minute. The motor. Now we've moved the motor, yeah. So something's not right. Don't know what though. What isn't quite right? I can't tell. So the motor's right. The fixing holes not quite right. They need to be moved over. Right, so the fixing holes have got to go. Right, the fixing holes have got to go over towards the left. God. Right, that's the right one. Fixing holes have got to go towards the left. By 0.25. Okay. So now they should be lined up. Yes, they are. The whole thing's got to go up by whatever this is. 4.32. So the whole thing up by 4.32. Spindle's not quite right. Something wrong. Not quite sure what's wrong. What is wrong? Oh, looks like that's got to go over as well. Is that not part of it? Is that got to go over? Looks like it, doesn't it? Yeah. That's better, whatever that is. Okay. Alright, so that's okay. Now the whole thing's got to go up by whatever I said that was. .32. So I've got to move that. Right, 4.32. Okay, what's that look like? Yeah, that looks right. And the holes have got to move up by 4.32. All this. .32. Okay. Right, is that all right now? Is that all right now? Should be all lined up here. Yeah. All the holes should be spindle, everything should be bang on. Is it? Looks it. I should have now clearance. Got a bit of clearance here and we're bang in the centre. Supposed to be bang in the centre of these two. Let's see. So we're on there. Yeah. Are we? Right, so we've got them up in the right way. We've lost a little bit of cutting area, but we can now bring these back a bit. We can work out how far that is from there, the back of this motor to, why is that not one to go? So from there, 26.38. So let's give it a few mil clearance. 6.28. Right. So we move back 16.28. Move this back 16.28. I should have still some 10 mil clearance between the motor, beam. You could probably come back more. Tell you what, let's come back a bit more. Let's only have a minimum amount of clearance, 3 mil. So it's got 10 mil, let's come back 7 mil. Okay, so just enough clearance to do the job. Yeah, that's it. Okay. Now we're too high on that one. So we've lowered it. Need to bring that bracket back down. No. Let's try and work this out. 6 mil. Right, so we can bring that down. Just that one down, 6 mil. Okay. No, what happened? Still, no, there's something wrong there. That was weird. Say 8 mil. No, it's not quite right.
The heat pump is also IR conditioner, it keep at the room temperature and yeah, to normal, and there are no any problems here over the year. Sometimes in the winter time the temperature outside is minus 30 or minus 33 degrees. It's really cold at 30 degrees, but no any problems here. I put a lot of
3 mil.
fireplace and also heat pump is working, and
Yeah.
I don't need to use any hot plate in the wall. The hot plate, electricity hot plate in the wall is only my spare system over.
7.87.
It's not my wife, it's my girlfriend. I'm 58 years old, and sometimes I'm alone here, but now we have 2 people here.
Can't get hold of it.
We have only now it's 2 people here.
Bloody hell. 7.87.
I have also different, I have other small building, it's my sauna building, it's close to lake, and it's
okay.
60 years old wooden small building, and there is 2 beds for the visitors on the summertime, and there is also
Okay.
a sauna and a fireplace.
Just make sure we haven't gone out, so let's...
Into my cabin, and it's electric sauna.
Yeah, we're okay. Right. So we've cleared the motor. We've got a single thing inverted that way, and got the motor on top so it can come back a bit more if we want. That's cleaned up the sizes, everything is good. Oh, we've still got these for some reason. Why have we still got them? Cable tie joints. I thought we got rid of them. Oh, I must have undone them. Must have undone them. Let's get rid of them again then. Let's just get rid of them.
Okay, Louis, lower Louis. Okay, my business, I'm writing down.
Right, what we need to do now is put the fixings in for the runner, which we haven't done yet.
Okay, no.
We'll do that now, really.
I'm writing down, it's okay.
Let's do that now, so we're all flush there. The easiest way to do it is to grab hold of this
Okay, Mark, okay, my business.
and copy the ends. Copy them. Go back onto this. Paste them in place. Actually, come out one. Paste them in place. Then cut them. Then paste them in place, and we should be able to push them through. Right, that's where the strut goes. And we're going to use is 20mm, I think it is. 20mm screws, so these screws are a bit long. Let's find a 20mm screw. These are 30mm. And we've got to have enough clearance. Hopefully the screw will sit in this well. Cap head screw. So we should have a 20mm screw here. These should be 20mm. M5 by 20. Alright, let's go into this structure over here. Yeah, so we should be able to. No, can't quite select them. Probably should be included in this bit, really. Yeah. Out one. Right. Paste. I need to swing it round. Where's it put it? Miles away. Right. Let's grab it over here, bring it up here a bit. So we can measure it. No, don't turn it. Bring it out of here. It should be 20mm, this one. 20mm in length. Yeah. Sort of. What happened to it? Why isn't it 20mm? 19.75, okay. Probably because I dropped the end down a little bit. Anyway, it's close enough. Right, so we want two of them. over there. So we'll grab it by this. I'll stick it on there. These are bigger than what they're supposed to be, so we'll have to go X-ray mode. They're bigger because you've got to tap it out, you see. The end of your extruded 2040 will have to be tapped out manually.
In the northern part of Finlandia, there is rangers, but this area is moose and also the bear and wolves and the fox and so on. I don't never find any
right.
moose or something like that.
That's it. So you've got to tap it out. And we need to push this to the surface. Push it to the surface of this. Running out of manoeuvring space now. You can never have enough screen space, real estate. So I need to do it like that. Maybe you could lose the X-ray now. Let's bring it over. Keep it on the red line. Bring it like that and keep moving it in. Keep the red line intact. Stop if you start getting too close. You need to get to it from the surface angle like this so you can see it. And it should say on the surface of the component. It's gone too far. So bring it out a bit. Try it there, I don't think that's right. Is it? Is that right? It's hard to tell. Could be. Just come out a minute and have a look. Sometimes you have to go into monochrome to be able to see it. Now I've come right out. Here it is. Just make sure you can see the bead there without a gap down the side. Yeah, it looks okay. So we know that that is 20mm apart, so you just grab one of them, copy it this way, and 20mm. So that's your fixings. Okay, so they're in with this. So when you select this bit here, actually they're not in with that. Where are they then? What are they in? Okay, so that's there. What are they in? You could group them in there, I suppose. Let's just group them in there. So you got that as a group. Yeah, it needs to be a group. Okay, so okay. So that's that bit done. Now the opposite end's all wrong now, so what we could do with this, tell you what we'll do, we'll copy it, copy this out, this whole unit, and the screws need to go with it really. I'll do that in a minute. Right, so we'll copy the whole thing out. We need to know how far to, it needs to flip round, so we'll copy it out, make a copy of it, we'll tell it we want to flip it along the, which axis is it? Is it the red one? Let's try the red one. Yeah, red one. And we'll bring... It's going to be slightly out, but we should be able, we haven't altered the side, so we should be able to bring that flush. Keep it going up there, bring it flush with this one. That's it. So that's in the right place, but then we've got to choose the other setup. Hang on, come out.
This is 2E0 KXC, calling CQ Router, Bar Beacon Nature Reserve, CQ, any stations, QRZ.
So we can delete that one now. Right, so how many wheels have we got? Have we got two lots of carriages?
This is 2E0 KXC, calling CQ Router, 2E0 KXC, Kilo X-Ray Charlie, calling CQ Router, any stations.
So that's okay.
Echo 1 Delta Juliet November.
So this should be still in the V.
Do you want to
Yeah.
145
Okay, we're all good. We're just missing our two fixings there now.
see you there. Cheers, White.
So we want two fixings. And they're in this bit here. So we want two fixings. Copy. It's a nightmare. Right, it's a nightmare. Let's just copy them out. Put them there somewhere, temporary. I need to flip them. Can we just flip them? Flip along the red axis. Yeah. And just need to push them in. Just tap it in. Tap, 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 tap it in. Keep it on the red line as far as you can. Ah, no, we want it. We want it. Yeah, we can put it there, but it needs to come out 6mm for the plastic thickness. So I'll just bring them out 6mm, and that's it. They should be all lined up there. Yeah, brilliant. Okay, so that's that sorted out, both ends of that. Right, okay. Let's hide the panels on it. Right. Right, okay, so we've got that sorted out. Now we could probably work out our real cutting area now. Yeah, so we can work out our real cutting area. We need some clearance over here. The tube needs a bit of clearance. So we need a bit of clearance. Actually, that's not in the right place. See that again? Because that was derived from there.
CQ, this is 2E0 Kilo X-Ray Charlie, KXC calling CQ. This is CQ Router, 2E0 KXC calling CQ Router. Any stations?
So, because this is going side to side, I think we don't need this extra piece.
CQ Router, this is 2E0 Kilo X-Ray Charlie calling CQ Router. Any stations looking to make contact?
Actually, it's not in there anyway. Look.
2E0 KXC, just go again with your call, sir.
So we could probably just use this one again on there. I think we should do that because this sizing's all right now and that's wrong. Yeah, let's just copy that.
KXC, I got M0 X-Ray Alpha Lima.
Yeah, let's copy that. So let's copy this. Right, we'll copy it. We'll just paste it in place.
The X-ray Alpha Lima station, yeah, nothing heard from any other stations.
We'll move it out here. We'll put it along the side for now.
2E0 KXC, yeah, so that, yeah, we'll go down one channel.
Still have enough room to turn it. Now we need to rotate it that way. And also rotate it this way. Rotate it that way, and somehow I could probably put it in its place there. Grab it by something we can grab it by. Just put it there. Is it gonna go? Something not quite right. Maybe grab it from there. Ah, we haven't got X-ray on. Can't do it unless you're in X-ray mode. Right, something not quite right. The geometry is wrong. So I'll grab it from this one. That seems to line up better with the screws. Right, so I've got it there. It's too high anyway. Alright, let's get out of this mode. Get rid of the old one. Well, that's the old one. Which is the old one? That's the old one, is it? Can't work out which is the old one now. Oh, I got a mistake here, haven't I? Yeah, I'm gonna have to. That's alright, we'll use it and we'll widen it by 20mm. Okay, so which one do we need to get rid of? Need to get rid of this one. So get rid of that one. And the whole thing needs to move 20mm. No, we've got rid of undo erase. We've got rid of too much. Okay, hang on. So we need to keep that. Yeah, we need to cut just, I see. Right.
CQ Plotter, this is 2E0 KXC, Kilo X-Ray Charlie, calling CQ Plotter from Barbeacon Hill. Any stations looking to make contact, QRZ.
Okay, so we're still too high. We can sort that out in a minute. That's where it needs to be.
Lima Tango, okay? So go down and we can carry conversation.
Right, okay. That's not going to go. We need to make this unique. Unless we turn it up on its side. We don't want to do that because we haven't got we've got it all lined up, so we keep it like that. So then we're going to come at it from this way. We need to make it unique for a start. It's not actually a component, is it? Alright, we need to make that unique. Right, we need to extend this by Extend all that by 20 mil. Hang on, I haven't quite got that one. Extend that by 20 mil. Nope, that's not going to do it. We need to grab it a bit differently. We need all that. Actually, we need all that by 20 mil. Yeah. So grab all that by 20 mil, lift the whole thing up. $20 mil. Okay. And we need to move the motor up by 20 mil. Motor up by 20 mil. Let's just have a look at it. Right, so what's gone wrong? Oh, the wheels. So we got sort of like it. And we need to move these two wheels up by 20 mil. Right, so something's gone wrong. What's gone wrong? So we've got, maybe that is right. Round, up and round, maybe it is right. Doesn't look so much to me. And the whole thing needs to move down by a certain amount, an arbitrary amount. I don't remember what it was, so I'll just move it. Let's just save it. So we want that. Yeah, just that move down.
20, calling CQ.
For now.
CQ, this is CQ Poser, 2 Echo 0 Kilo X-Ray Charlie, calling CQ. Any stations, QRZ. Echo 0 station, this is X0. Oh, we've got 2 stations there. The mobile station, I think there was a 2E station, do you want to go ahead?
What's that like? It's not bad actually.
Heard, one of you got to get up and I'll try and get the call sign and call you back.
That's not bad. Right, so just need to move this bracket down.
We've got a bit of a pipe here, so I've got a Golf 3 station.
That needs to be moved down.
Nothing heard. I'll try again. Apologies, folks. I know there's 3 of you there, but I can't. You're talking over each other a little bit, so try the station.
Not quite.
Okay. The first one I called in there was Golf 0 Hotel Lima Mike.
No, not quite.
Morning, happy Easter. Do you want to go down and I'll put you in get your contact and put you in the book?
That's better. Okay, so we've got that down there. Right. So we've got that down there. We've moved our motors up. We've got we've reduced our bolt count down to 30 mil instead of.
2E0 KXE.
That's a little bit different to the real one.
425.
These brackets are a bit too long now. They're in the way of stuff. So we could use change it to 45 by 45, probably 20 by 20. Let's do that. That actually covers all that one. It goes over. Yeah, it goes over too much anyway. So we either bring them over. I'll tell you what, we'll just, for the sake of it, we'll just bring it over. These are facing the wrong way, so they need to be swapped round. That needs to be swapped round. Let's do that. Need to be rotated round. Like that. Let's make sure nothing's changed. Nothing's changed. Yeah, that's okay. Right, what has happened over this side now? That one's facing the wrong way.
Roger, that's correct. 5 and 3 for you, 5 and 3. Here's the... Obrigado, 76.
Yeah, that's okay. We haven't affected the other one. Right, so we've got our motor wires coming out the back. Motor wires coming out the back, coming out the back. Now that's coming out this way. That might have to go the other way actually, depends on where the controls are coming from. The controls are here, so we'll keep it all this way. Keep it all down this way, yeah. But it will go, ultimately go drag chain and up there, so it just needs to face the other way that one does. Let's just alter that, face it the other way. Okay. Right, yeah. Okay. We're okay. Let's just have a look round in X-ray mode, see if we haven't done anything weird. The alignment of all the holes, no, it looks okay. Looks okay. Looks okay. So it's it was a K40. We got K40 on here as well. Started. We don't want to be constrained by the K40. Okay, so let's come out of this X-ray mode. We'll save that. Put some panels on. So we've got these sliding panels to make our contained case. Gonna have to have some structure up the top here as well. So possibly there needs to be another runner here to contain this bit. So, but we're just
CQ Poser. This is 2E0KXC calling CQ Poser. Any stations, QRZ.
Let's just move that, make sure we've contained everything with it.
Golf Hotel Lima. Yeah, we got slightly
yeah,
distracted
okay.
there. Didn't quite 5 meter. Do you want to QS1?
So we've still got the old one. Don't forget, we've still got design A, which is. Hang on. Let's just make these panels.
Copy that. We'll QSY to 145425. I'll see you down there.
Group them. Put it into panel B. Design B. Turn off design B. Put in design A. So I've still got that one, which is crazy. Constrained to do all that work, and then we find we still can't cut the panel we want to cut. So if I'm going to spend money, I might as well spend money and make the one up that I want. But there is another option there. Just make sure we haven't altered anything. Don't think we have. Everything is the same. This one's got the drag chains in it, which we'll have to reuse after. Yeah, so it was going to be a bit more elaborate like that, but the bottom area is crucial. So anyway, let's turn that off and bring back the other one. Turn off the panels, right. So we've sorted something out. So we've got. Gonna have to have some limits on it to stop it. How far can it come in? It can actually come in. It can only go up to there, to the motor. Yeah, so that can go as far as that. So we could work our cutting area out really now if we wanted. Let's try and work out our cutting area. So that's the beam there. We've lost a little bit here. We've lost a bit there, so that can only come up so far to here. So if we say be conservative and say that's going to get probably to there, and it can go over a little bit to there, say. Okay. Don't know what's happened there. Undo layers. Did I not have a measurement on? Let's do a rectangle. So we can start from. Hang on. Let's put the cutting area B on. So we've modified it. So we've kind of come in a bit. There, so we can really be about there, sort of like that. That can still do that bit. This can't go that far over. So we've got to bring that over somewhere realistic. So that's probably going to be about there. Then we got to bring the bottom in.
CQ on 77 Street 4 Italy, kilowatt per bar.
Bring that up and we can almost go to the end like that.
Kilowatt per bar, calling it.
Probably something like that really is the end of it. Yeah. So our new cutting area is, let's work it out, 714. Back in a second. So 714 by 551. Okay, let's write that in. 714 by 551. Okay. So that's our area, and I had to get in 400 by 550. I had to almost cut it long ways. So I've got plenty of space to do that. And wouldn't it be nice to be able to get a bigger sheet in that I can cut? What size sheet can I get in? Right, with the covers on, you're not going to get... You've got to be able to have a pass-through as well, so we're going to have to do something with these covers. Probably take them out. If you want to do a pass-through sheet, take them out temporarily, take the front and back ones out, and just pass it through. You've got to have your bed sorted out. So, the bed, all this could be reduced down in size now. I've moved all the motors out of the way, and the brackets need to be adjusted. That needs to be dropped down to the deck. Needs to be dropped down to wherever it goes on the bottom. Is that it? No, not quite it. I'll just leave it there, doesn't matter. Right, so that's that. That's the cutting area. So that'll be more than enough for me. That's fine. More than enough for what I need. And you could mess around and get a few more mil out of it if you want. I'll sort these brackets out now. These are too big. Right, so these are 80 by 40 angles, and they're sticking into where the motor needs to sit. So the best thing I can do is either bring them out, which will reduce some of that cutting area. Bring them out or change them. Tell you what, we'll change them for 40-40. What have I got? Let's have a look. 40. Change it with 40-40, why not? Just change them for 40-40 or 40-60, or just cut them off at wherever you want them. I'll just change it for 40-40 myself. Same with this one. At least you've got some overlaps, you can adjust them. At least they won't stick out into there where the workpiece needs to be now. That's your depth. Is that still good, or have I altered it too much? If I messed with that, that's okay. It is a bit out actually. So I need to just alter that. This will allow us to use the existing. Okay, we'll leave it at that. Right, I don't know whether they measured it from the lens or from the bottom of the metal when they said 50.8 focal length, so we'll leave it at that. Right, so we've got that. There's nothing in the way now. So you effectively could bring this right down now. There's no need for it to be in the air like it is now. Reducing the material sizes, lengths. Right, so we've done that. It's automatically done both. Look, it's done both by default. The problem is there's nothing to attach to here now. So we need to make that one probably unique. Oh, this is it, isn't it? Right, unique. We'll bring that back to 40 now. Yeah, you could make it smaller, but it doesn't matter if it overlaps. What you've got to do is you'll have to get the fixings in here. Get the fixings in place, hold it still, and work out how we're gonna some elongated holes here. Unless we're just gonna model it exactly right, probably need some kind of adjustment on it. Right, okay. What's making my noise on my phone? Advertisements. Right, so let's see what else we've got to sort out. The time is getting on. It's 4 hours, isn't it? Go on. 4 hours. Right, so it's going to have to be an evening, an afternoon or evening session as well, probably. So we've modified this. We've got the alignment going on. I think we're okay. Let's just make sure. We haven't altered it. Let's just put a line in here. So we've got that to over there. No, I'm not on the right one. Let's turn it around a bit. That to there, yeah. And if we come over this way, spin it round. I put a little crosshair, little lasers, a crosshair sight, telescopic sight on that, just to see if we can. Yeah, a little bit out, look, see. A little bit out there. A little bit out. But that other mirror can be adjusted, yeah. A little bit out. Don't know why we're out. These brackets should be the same. No, not quite the same. What's going on? No, there's something wrong. Something wrong? What is wrong? Oh. No, they will be wrong. Sorry, it's my fault. They will be wrong because this is shorter than the mirror. Let's just make sure these bottom ones are right. No. Hey, what's going on here? Now they're up in the air, aren't they? They're totally different now. Okay, what can we make sure it's right then? make sure this corner is right with this corner, surely. That's lower. Don't know what's going on here. So, I don't know quite what's going on there, but anyway. Let's have a look at it sideways on. What is going on here? So we've got the disc there. The centre, the hole, it's okay, it's okay. And we're all flush, wherever it is, it is. Yeah, that's where it's got to be, basically. Yeah, that's it. Ignore that. Just a little bit out, we'll have to, we can alter some stuff maybe. So maybe we need to alter it now, so that is fixed there. That's fixed, so that sits down in there. Yeah, it's got a bit of a clearance, it's not quite right, is it? We'll look at that a little bit later on. We'll check that. So some of the sizes. So according to that, that's where the focal length is. So if you take your covers off, take these covers out, lie your material across here. That needs to double up as your bed probably. If you want an adjustable bed, then it could be anywhere along the length of that. But I basically will want to be milling out the same. It's going to have to have adjustable bed, isn't it? Anyway, I think that's as far as we're going to go for today. I've changed the design somewhat. Now it's going to have to come forward a bit to clear these clips. Right, so these clips are in the way of the motor. Lost it, has it gone? Right. Yeah, so we're going to have to lose a bit more, I think. That motor's behind. It looks like it's all in front of them. Yeah, it's behind. That's fine. So this is going to have to be altered. Probably need to move this over by a small amount. So it clears that. Let's go have a drag chain. Look, it's crashed. Crashed again. Yeah, so we've got a bit to do. Probably we'll lose some more space so we can contain all the pipes and things within. So we'll probably need another cross member over here. Then we can mount our box and all the stuff underneath, maybe. Yeah, makes sense. So we'll reduce the area again. As long as I can get see what we've got to. Pitch is crashed out, I'll have to get back into it. Right, just check some sizes out. Yeah, there's a lot of sizes to check out now. We've altered it. It's based off a 1 metre length of extrusion, so we don't want to be cutting it up and wasting loads of it. Just want to make it to that size, really, whichever size. I need the ability to bolt off it still and keep extending off it from the corners to go higher if we want to. Right, it's just crashed out, so I'll be back again. It's on about 4 hours 17. Right, so all we've done is move that. Let's move that over. So first we move it over to level like that. Then we go 10mm clearance. That's it. And hopefully we haven't totally upset it. No, we're okay. We're okay. Oh, we wanted to see if... Also want to see if our fixings aren't going to sit and drag inside here, which they are, aren't they? Just not enough clearance there. So you might have to use rounded cap head screws, or make the spaces bigger. Washer perhaps, or probably just use rounded cap heads, low profile cap heads there. So when you're doing your bill of materials, just something to be aware of. Right, so we've now reduced our working range. So we do want, we want that over there. So let's move that again some more. Let's just move it there like that, out of the way from it. We probably want another one of these. Over here somewhere, I would have thought. Maybe on its side. That'll take even more room, won't it? Might be able to attach a drag chain to it or something as well. Right, how far apart? So 150mm is the case size, so let's just do 150mm.
CQ Poster, this is 2E0KX3 calling CQ Poster from Barbeacon. Any stations?
150mm, so
525, quick radio check.
we'll do it at 130.
Yeah, copy that, kilo 525.
130mm. Right, so somewhere along here our tube's got to go. So maybe that allows for our cover to go over it. So where's our tube based now? Let's have a look. So slowly reducing our workable area, but anyway. Now this power supply could be bolted. It could fit underneath here, this corner maybe. So we'll grab that, move it up here. Something like that. Is that okay? Yeah, it's alright as it is. So that all could be bolted underneath there like that, or sat on top. Or sat on top. No, it can't be, because you got your panels got to go in. Your covers have to fit. They'll fit that way, they won't fit this way. So, how do we do it? How do we do it? It can't sit out there because the panel's got to go there. I suppose you can cut the panel around it. Seems a bit mad. Need to be removable panels. And the tube needs to come in a bit. So I suppose maybe that tube needs to rotate. Let's rotate it. Let's try and rotate it round.
CQ Poster, this is 2E0KXC, calling CQ Poster, any stations, QR bed.
It's crashed again.
CQ Poster, this is 2 Echo 0 Kilo X-Ray Charlie, calling CQ Poster from Barbeacon Hill, any stations looking to make contact, QR bed.
Barbeacon.
CQ Poster, this is 2E0KXC, calling CQ Poster from Barbeacon Hill, any stations, QR bed.
Right, it's still crashing out. Anyway. It's nightmare. Good news is there's no drop frames. No drop frames today. Right, I'll crash out in a second. There's a lot of work gone into this. Not only into this end. Why does every project have to have loads of work got to go into it? What the hell? I'm supposed to be on holiday. On holiday. Alright, let's get this sorted out. This last bit. Right, so what have we done? Oh, I've lost all that. Okay, fair enough. Okay, so you want that. So what, we'll just lift that up. It'll come up 40 now. And we need to rotate it around that axis there. Right, so rotate it round this bit. And hopefully it'll stay exactly where we want it. And we can push it back down. 40 mil. And where is it? Yeah, it's already in the right place. Save that before it crashes again. Right, we need to come back. Come back a bit. Let's say come back 4. Let's just come back 40 mil, 20 plus 100, 75 and 20, it's 90 mil. Right. Will that allow our tube to go on there and be out of the way? Right, let's try and grab that then. Try to work out how far away it is. Well, we can work that far. Right, so we want to know the centre of this. sort of, it's impossible. Okay, we'll just grab it. Gotta grab that and the mirror at the same time.
Yep, okay, sorry, Eric.
And bring it over.
Sorry, mate. I'm trying to multitask. It's my fault.
Bring it over a bit.
And I'm trying to write their call sign down at the same time, so it's all gone horribly wrong.
Bring it over to something like that. Right, still not over enough. So I want the middle to be in the middle of that. So bring it again. Where's the middle? Let's find the middle. There's the middle. Needs to be in the middle of wherever it is. Leave it there for now. Let's get over a bit. Oh, that might have been in the middle anyway. Alright, so it's in the middle. Let's try that. Okay, so it's over the... Yeah, over there, and we've got enough room to put our panel in. Okay, so we'll give that a go. It's a bit of a waste of a strut. An extruded aluminium just to hold that, but it'll allow us to self-contain it. So, yeah, we can self-contain it. Right, okay. So now we need to move this back again to find out what our real cutting area is now. Let's try and do it.
Very happy to see you and your family. Enjoy the weekend, and we'll certainly look out for you next time. All the best from a very sunny podcast.
It's about there, isn't it? What's that? Oh, that's the plastic. Yeah, it's about where it is now. That's our real cutting area. Okay. So let's save it and try and have a look about this power supply now. Needs to be contained within, so probably needs to be bolted. Yeah, so we rotate that. Like that, and try and fit it to this corner. Oops, I can't see where I'm working. Let's go in over here. Like that, grab it from there and push it some. Can't see, I need to be in 3D. Okay, let's come out. Okay, so we're going to bolt that like that maybe, so it clears. It's sat up so you can screw it to the bottom of this, and it clears the clear panels. Can still fit in the covers. Yeah, we can get the covers on. Get the covers on this way. Yeah, that's working so far. Right, okay. And the wiring, high tension, comes out this way to this lead here. So it can dangle round through there. So we might actually some connectors on the end of here that fit up. So if we happen to get the connectors facing up, could make the wires shorter. And we can we've got to sort out the sort out the what's it's later on, drag chains. So I've just seen a problem. We've blocked off our pass through, so that almost wants to sit the other way. Yeah, we've blocked off our pass through. Unless, well, that could always sit on top, couldn't it? Let's sit it on top. So we know we're let's get that up on top. Alright, so it's on top like that. Okay, so you've still got a bit of room there. You could always sit that over a little bit if you want, but we'll keep that flush. Yeah, that's about where it goes. So it's sat on top, can be screwed there, and you can still get your panels in, and your panels down there if you want to put your canopy on. Yeah, so you can get your canopies, your rails in there. You wouldn't quite go up there, so that's the only thing to worry about. Oh, but you'd have an upright bit there anyway. You'd have structure there, so you wouldn't need to. So it's too high. It's too high up. So you could reduce the whole thing down a bit and give you some more pieces to put on top to allow for clearance for the hood. Right, let's see what the real area is then. Let's find out what our real cutting area is now. Okay. Let's get rid of that. Okay, so it's not a bad guess actually. Not a bad guess. That's probably about it. That's probably about it. Right. Yeah, that's probably about it. Yeah, probably it. Let's measure it. $714 by 489. It's fine. $714 by 489. Okay, 714 by 489. It's four. My case is 4. The Amiga case is 400. Let's just save that. Just load up another instance of this and Just check the case out. Right, this is what we're trying to fit on. Trying to fit this case on here. We'll try and make these panels in one go, if possible. 457. 457 by... yeah. Yeah, we'll easy fit that in now. Easy be able to fit that in now, so that's fine. We've got something to build on. Something to build on. But this section here, this section there can be lowered. I think I want to make this the bed, really. Sort of, maybe. Yeah, I need to... don't know. It says you don't need it that high anyway. So we can reduce that and use some of this on top. So that'll be the next thing, creating... at least we can create a canopy. Not canopy. An enclosed area. We need to put some in there. There's nothing going to stop us putting them in there either. Anyway, we'll do that later. Can't do any more today. Not now, later on maybe. So that could be there, then you could have some kind of remote, a bolt-on piece for your control panel here maybe. Yeah, something bolt-on the side. You've got all this to bolt on stuff. Got lots of areas to bolt on. Okay, that's gonna be it. I've got to go and get some breakfast and then carry on this afternoon, this evening, maybe later on. Probably not that late. Maybe. All right then. Thanks for watching, everyone. It's interesting anyway. At least it's interesting. Might not be exactly what we're after, but it's a start. So design it all in 3D, and then when you're happy, we can do simulations, move it back and forward. We can alter stuff. The power supply can be made remote if you want. Needs to stay this end so all the high tension stuff reaches. Not sure how much cable length is on that. So you probably could tweak it a bit. You could do, yeah, so it's like that. Put the motor that side so you can get your plastic enclosure case on it. Your panels to enclose it in. And you've got your extraction system here going on underneath. Extraction pipes coming down. Things like that. I suppose you could make your own water tank, really. If you made your own water tank out of... make it out of perspex or glass and silicon seal it together like a fish tank. If it's plastic, you could seal it well, maybe. You could see the level and put filters in it. So some of this space you could use, or I don't know. Need to be able to walk all the way around it. So you walk all the way around it. What I hate is if you push it too far against the wall, you can't get to the back. So you need to be able to walk all the way around it somehow. You've got some space in here to put your water system, cooling system, whatever. Yeah. So we've got ability to do something now, but now we've got that area. I'm a bit better, happier as I can cut those panels and have some spare space, not constrained too much. Now the good news is you could probably use, once you've got this structure ready, you can use the laser to cut out your plastic panels containment, air containment. And you customise it all you want with your controls and add in whatever you want. You can lengthen your, get a higher wattage one, a power supply. Change to not a fixed focus length, focal length. Get a variable focal length, heads, new mirrors. Upgrade it as you please, and if you wanted to get rid of the, you can still keep your motors, but you could get rid of the wheel system. You could make new brackets and put your linear rails across here and there. Linear rails. So you could use linear rails instead of the wheels if you find they're not that good or you need more accuracy. Yeah, so I'm liking it so far. Alright, that's going to be it for today. I'll catch you on the next one. Where are we going to leave it for the thumbnail? We'll leave that. That'll be the next thumbnail. Alright then. Thanks for watching. I'm gone. I'm out of here. Bye bye. Have a good day.
Yeah, Goal 3, Elizabeth. Richie Echo, I believe. M0
The most logical course of action is to transport me to safety with all due urgency. This constitutes all available data. That information is not available.
Then you will remain silent until further instructed.
Confirmed.
If you didn't want the answer, you shouldn't have asked the question.
Rack, what are your limits?
They have not yet been defined. My knowledge is virtually infinite. My secondary ability is to logically process that knowledge and make accurate predictions. Instructions are not needed if commands are succinct. That is better. Our relationship will be best served if your statements are free of ambiguity.
You know what they say. No good deed goes unpunished.
My interpretation of the data leaves little room for error.